Do-do-do. 'Cause 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 'c
The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency's Hunter Education Program has certified over 750,000 students. Our volunteer instructors have made Tennessee one of the safest states in America to hunt. To find out about classes scheduled in your area, log on to tnwildlife.org. On this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll go tracking an elk on North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area on the first archery-only elk hunt. We'll go visit Flintville Fish Hatchery as they prepare to deliver rainbow trout to a local fishing hole. Next, it's time to head down to the Wilson County Fairgrounds to draw for a duck blind. Talk about tradition. Then we'll go visit TWRA at the Murray County Fair, where they've brought along some Duck River natives to show off to the public. We'll round up some geese near Old Hickory Lake. We'll band them and formulate a population estimate. And finally, TWRA throws a remotely operated vehicle in the water in hope of some help with a boating investigation. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for a behind-the-scenes look at the work being done every day by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page.
What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. Our first story today takes us to the field for the first archery-only elk hunt.
So this is a really special hunt. It's a unique hunt.
Well, I heard about it when they first started it up. I was really happy to hear that they were going to start an elk hunt up, and I started applying immediately. And when I saw the bow hunt, it was that's who I am. I love to bow hunt.
You know, being able to call in an 800-pound bull to archery range is just a phenomenal opportunity.
I'm used to rugged country. I'm used to hunting on hills and stuff, but I didn't know we were hunting in hills like Kentucky has. It was pretty rugged. I was wore out after day one. It wasn't so bad going in. Everything was downhill, going through field after field and down the hills and things. But boy, when we started out after the first hill, I was pretty much zapped.
East Tennessee elk hunting, just like any type of hunting, deer, especially turkey, any animal that you're trying to call, you have to locate them first. And up here, we don't have a lot of fields that the elk are using right now.
The challenging thing with hunting elk on this management area is the terrain, right? It is so steep, and it's kind of like turkey hunting. You may hear a bull bugle, but getting there is tough. You know, and because of the terrain, we're not able to put in these huge expansive fields like you might see in the West, where you see elk in meadows and stuff, and we just don't have many flat spaces to do that. But the elk are bugling pretty good right now. They're kind of keying in, seem to be on acorns a little bit. We're seeing them some in fields. This lack of rain has sort of harmed some of our initial field establishment with our winter food plots, and hopefully we'll have a successful hunt by the time it's over.
But we're close enough to hear it if there's anything up on this ridge.
The elk were not where they're supposed to be, and you know, they don't always get the calling card, and they don't know when to show up and where to show up.
So we're back in the timber. We're looking for sign on the ground, trying to find an animal that is not talking to you in the middle of all this big timber. It's quite daunting task just to even locate them.
After morning day two, it was real discouraging. You know, for me, it's pretty disappointing. You know, you draw a large piece of land and you can't pinpoint them.
So we're literally hunting a turkey with horns that can smell you. And that's what we're up here trying to do. Where we're hunting right now, we're walking in 2 miles in and 2 miles back out. So we're in here, and so are the animals. We just have to stay with it.
Yeah, at the end of the second day, God did his job and put us where we needed to be. The bull must have stood up and let out a wake-up bugle. And that was unlike any experience I've ever felt in my life. It was it was nice. There's a bench right here when I was standing there that kind of comes up at an angle that way.
The moment of truth, and the elk answers you. Nothing can prepare you. No matter how many hunts you've been on, nobody has the constitution to stand there and be stone-faced when it happens.
There's a bull right there. Get on that tree. Get behind the tree. They beat around it. There's a bull right there. It happened so quick. It's hard to describe what was going through my mind. It was sort of like your first deer, except for more exciting. Oh my gosh, there's another one coming from our left. Oh my God. Things did come together, but didn't play out the way it should have. Oh my God, I just missed.
No matter where you've hunted in the world, no matter what you've done, having a bull elk come into you at bow range is just unnerving, and that's just all I can say. I mean, it's terrifying.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, it's everything I thought it would be, and truthfully, you know, having the bull, you know, in my sights, two, not one, but two, that made everything, you know, and I think this is, you know, a great hunt. Glad they put it on. Hope they continue. Maybe in the future we'll see more and more hunters be able to come out here and enjoy what I enjoyed.
It's always tough to predict what a population will do over time, but you know, I think it will continue to grow, especially as we make some more management decisions that put more quality elk forage out on the landscape, and we can get, you know, better nutrition, better calf production, and then recruitment into the population. So, you know, ultimately, you know, maybe in the future we'll have more tags and more hunters can come and enjoy this resource we now have.
Next up, Flintville Fish Hatchery, winter trout stocking.
So this is the Flintville Fish Hatchery. On release days, we stay pretty busy. Our stream crews goes out and surveys the stream, and they'll come up with a number of trout that they think we could use in that stream, and we'll go with it. And sometimes we have to tweak it a little. A lot of it depends on fishing pressure. Hatchery was built in 30 and 31. Originally built by the federal government, and wildlife took it over sometime in the 40s. We've been putting out the trout ever since. We usually run around 120,000 a year adult fish, and for years we raised like 250,000. Like I say, 120,000 a year, so they add up pretty quick. Millions and millions over the years, all rainbow. That's all we raise on this side. Yesterday we left them off feed. This morning we'll come in, we'll water our trucks, get our numbers off the charts, what we got to have for that particular stream for that day. We go down and screen the fish down. We've got a loader truck that we reach in and get the fish with, and it actually weighs them as it's picking the fish up. We go by that weight, how many numbers of fish we've got. He'll swing it over the truck, pull a pin and dump it into the water. Then we'll haul them to the stream.
The winter trout stocking program is just to provide fishing opportunities that otherwise would not exist. We stock a lot of metropolitan urban areas where there are a lot of potential anglers, and it gives them opportunities to come out rather than just traditional spring, summer, fall. They're able to continue fishing through the winter. It increases catch rates and provides another species. You know, so many people love to fish for trout. So that is the main goal, is just to keep people fishing year-round and provide more opportunities in these urban areas.
Start.
Our next story is about drawing for ducks and the tradition of it all.
Well, okay, we got 69, 71, 81, 82, 19, 18, and 17.
Just go ahead and show me some ID because you don't look nothing like Kobe Bryant.
I just retired.
This is our annual duck blind drawing. For as long as I can remember, we've always held it right here at Wilson County Fairgrounds. This site right here is just Old Hickory, but all the blind drawings all across the state is today. It's the first Saturday in August.
It's pretty awesome. It's a pretty unique atmosphere having everyone together like this, and kind of a gathering of duck hunters early in the season. We don't get anything like this, where we're from originally, so it's kind of a unique environment.
Yeah, it is. It's terrific.
There was talks at one time to put it on a computer draw, and I think we got a lot of negative feedback on that because they like to come out and make it into an event.
We think of different seasons like squirrel season as the beginning of the hunting season, but I think a lot of these people that show up here, this kicks off their season.
33, 35, 37, 39. Good blind, good blind. Y'all done a good job this year, except planting. Rodney needs to be fired. Come here. Come here. We ain't editing nothing.
This is the
here,
man, right?
come around here, Rodney.
Yes, yes.
Let's look at head.
This is the one time where the agency folks, who by the way are mega outdoorsmen, are coming out with the sportsmen of the state of Tennessee, and we get to meet with them face to face. And this happens in all over the state of Tennessee, really, but for here it's very special for us. It's been going on for decades.
It's kind of a big day for all the duck hunters, especially in this area.
Got to be one of the food hall spots, for sure. Maybe something on the upper end, like 0 or 4, probably.
That's the current plan. We'll adjust as we go along.
They're looking at the food, they're looking at the blinds, and seeing what condition everything is.
Yep.
The process is they put their name in, and then it's just like a door prize drawing. We put it in a drum, we spin it, we pull the name out of the hat. And we call them up, and then they bring all their people in, and we sign them on, and they get their blind permits, and then they're good to go for that. They hold that blind for the entire season.
First, rule number 1, get drawn. Then we'll go from there.
Hey, 105.
We've got 88 blinds in Unit 1, and then we've got 44 blinds in Unit 2. The corn is fair, but we did get almost 100 acres of millet on top of that, and the millet grows really well in wet conditions, and it's coming on pretty good. So as long as we get the weather to push the ducks south, we should hold ducks during the season.
This is a time when everybody that comes in here, most of the people that are here have either lifetime licenses or they have Type 04 sportsman license. And so it's unique. It's a unique little niche that we have in the agency. It's tradition. There's no question about it. This has been going on so long. It is a part of the agency. And I know it's hot. This is always August, first Saturday in August. It's hot, but everybody comes out here and we all have a good time and we love it.
Line 18 for Ryan Good.
They know they're going to see people they haven't seen since last year's duck blind drawing. And you just see them get in the group and they're talking about their experiences, and the children are around them, the younger people are around them, and they're listening to this, and the excitement is contagious, there's no question about it.
We've really worked our butts off this year. We've worked up every square inch that we possibly could in our duck ponds, planting, everything from corn to millet and milo, and we'll just wait for the food to cure out so that we can put water on it this fall and flood all of our fields and wait on the ducks.
Hey, let's go to the Maury County Fair and see some outreach from TWRA staff.
Maury County Fair comes around once a year. It's usually the second to third weekend of August, and it runs about 5 to 6 days.
And you know what that one is? What does it look like? It's pretty smelly when you smell it. Skunk.
Yep.
It is skunk.
We've had a booth for about the last 4 years now. We take that time to meet and greet a lot of Maury County residents. Some from other counties come to the fair. We're set up on your way in the fair, so we get a lot of people that are coming in. They really enjoy seeing some of the wildlife that we have.
Is that the catfish? Catfish. Yep, that's a catfish.
We put fish tank up. We catch native fish from the Duck River the week of the fair. Here we go. And it's about the only time of the year that us as officers get to shock fish anymore, so we go out, we'll shock some fish up. It's hard work and it's hot weather, so gives us a little bit more respect for our fish guys that do it every day.
We'll shock right through here for now. You want another catfish?
It's kind of fast-paced action. You know, as the fish comes up, you got to reach in and grab it with the net pretty quick. And if you're just a little bit too late and you miss that fish, and you know, you might have missed your great opportunity to catch something that we didn't have.
Try to get a good variety of everything, that way people can see what's in the Duck River right here.
People have a different mindset about the Duck River. It doesn't have that crystal clear, pristine water look to it. It's kind of always dingy. We often call it the muddy duck, and that's its natural color. But people associate that dinge with a lot of times bad stuff, and this helps them realize that it's very diverse. Like I said, it's one of the most diverse rivers in North America. Got the most amount of species, got a lot of endangered mussels, a ton of other mussels, a lot of different creatures live in there for sure. So helps us show them what's right here in their home county.
I want to fish.
Everybody that comes through here just seems to love the fish tank.
Raccoon, possum, skunk. We have a lot of people that just traverse back and forth through the building. And a lot of times when the kids see it, they just flock to it automatically, and then the parents, you know, have to stay with the kids, so they're following them, and we get to talking about it. That's probably one of the smaller garter we shocked up today. And you know, a lot of those fish too that they've never seen before, and when we tell them that they come out of the Duck River, they never would associate that many fish being in the Duck River or you know, being as diverse as it is.
We see a little bit of everybody. A lot of times the kids will come over, look at the fish, but then their parent may have a question. They've been waiting a year or 5 years to ask a game warden in person. So we're sitting there, we answer a lot of questions, we give out a lot of materials, hunting fishing guides, give out business cards, answer any kind of questions you may have, law enforcement or wildlife related. We look at a lot of trail camera pics, hear a lot of hunting stories, a lot of fishing stories, and it's just a great way to interact with the public.
Our next story is about a goose roundup.
What we're trying to do is get the geese off the lake into this pen so we can bring them in, band them, assign gender, age them, and then we'll release them back out. I see a bunch there in the slough. Is anybody over there to work them up this way? We have to do it for the feds to have our early goose season, resident goose season.
I've got one kayaker. If we had the other one, it'd help.
Yeah, I see one right here. I'll send him up to the back of the slough.
Back in the, if I'm not mistaken, in the 70s, some juvenile Canada geese were brought down to Old Hickory Lake. And waterfowl tend to go back to wherever they're raised to have their young. And since those were raised here, over time, resident birds have grown, the flock has grown, and once we decided we wanted to go ahead and hunt those birds, then the feds required us to maintain some kind of record on what the size of the population is so that we don't over-harvest. And that's what this is doing. This is, will go ahead and tell us how many of the banded birds that we recapture will give us some idea on what the population size is.
Tell you what's going on is, this time of year the geese are molting, they're losing their feathers.
Waterfowl traditionally molts their wing feathers, their flight feathers, and they do that when they have their young. I think that's nature's way of keeping the mama on the ground, protecting the young.
You always have a few that still have a few flight feathers that get away from us, but we'll take the boats, the kayaks, and we'll round them up on the lake. We'll push them up to this point, and they'll walk right up here, and we'll put them in a pan, and they'll sit here until we're finished with them.
All right, we'll get them in the pen. First thing we do is we look for any birds that have already got bands on them.
Right here, Brad. This one right here. That one right there.
That one?
Yep. Here you go, James.
We record those bands because those are the ones that we can use to estimate population.
1138-120 6'6".
Got it.
And then if there are any juveniles, we'll separate the juveniles out so they don't get trampled. And then we'll go ahead, those birds that are banded, we record. Then we'll go through the adults. We go ahead and sex.
Male.
Male. We go ahead and band them, record that, turn that back into the federal government. And then we'll do the juvenile birds. We'll go ahead and ban those. Most of those are plenty big enough to put bans on that'll stay. It's just it's another season, another opportunity, and that's what our agency is about, is opportunity. Of course, we can't hunt here, but we can hunt in the general vicinity, which knocks some of the population down, so maybe there's just not that many birds that create a mess. Sometimes the feds have to come in and other times of the year and capture some if they become a real nuisance. But this is just to control the size of the population of resident birds. They just go back on their way. It doesn't affect them a bit. So they go back on their way and do what geese do, make a lot of mess.
We'll finish off this episode with a boating investigation story.
April, the weather starts to warm up, starts to get pretty. You get a lot of fishermen. You don't get a ton of pleasure boaters right now. Starting about May, warms up a little bit more. You get a lot of people out skiing, Sea-Doos, personal watercraft, everything. Right now we've got a missing person here on Priest, and we've got OEM out here as well as some of our guys with TWRA. As far as we understand, there was 3 individuals on board on the canoes, and there were 3 life jackets.
When they left out, they indicated that the waters were pretty calm. They weren't having any trouble, and as the day progressed, the conditions changed. The wind got up. All of the parties, all 3 of them, transitioned into one boat instead of 2, and then the waves and the wind were really high, ultimately capsizing the canoe that they were in.
OEM has a couple of dogs they use in body recovery, and they've hit a couple of times out here where we believe the individual may have gone down. Anytime they hit, if OEM sees anything on their side imaging, or if the dogs hit, we're going to come over and use the ROV and see if we can find something.
It's a very technical piece of equipment. There's, I'd say, 3 main things that we're looking at. We have sonar built in on the ROV itself, and it's ultimately like shining a flashlight underwater on the bottom of the lake bed. We can plot points that are of interest to us. We can mark things such as evidence or where we recover evidence or people. And additionally, we have a camera on board that we can take photographs and take video.
It's, for lack of better terms, like a little bitty sub with a camera on it, and he's controlling it with a joystick over there, and it's tethered to a cable which runs to their equipment, and he's looking at his laptop, and anything that our ROV sees, he can see.
And the reality is most people think they're a good swimmer, and many of them are, but they encounter situations where they're all of a sudden end up in the water and they don't expect to be. The water's cold, they're not dressed to be in the water, they've got on many clothes such as hunting apparel or waders, and they don't anticipate being in the water, and all of a sudden they are, and now they have to swim. And sometimes they may be in the middle of a lake, or they may be in a very current-ridden river, and they just can't overcome that. They may be a good swimmer in a nice warm pool in the middle of the summer, but many of the situations that our sportsmen get into out here on our waterways are not very conducive to swimming in the gear they have on and the environments that they fish and hunt in. I couldn't imagine standing on the riverbank with my family member missing for days and days at a time and trying to go home and sleep and carrying on a normal life. So that's the reason myself and our other investigators, our other boating officers, will come out at all hours of the day and night and use this piece of equipment to try to bring closure to these families that have been involved in these incidents on our waterways. What's the one thing you want people to bring to the lake? And I would always say common sense, because people get out here and there's no speed limits, there's no stop signs, and people sometimes lose sense of speed and direction of travel, and they want to just go and have fun and forget about things that may happen. Slow down, bring common sense, have a good time, but be safe.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy, our legacy.
Hey Tennessee, I'm Kix Brooks. You know, I've been blessed to tour this nation from sea to shining sea. And every time that bus rolls back across the state line, I'm reminded how good we have it here in our home state. Whether you like to hunt, fish, or watch wildlife, we got our Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency to thank for it. But before you follow that red dirt road to your favorite fishing hole or hunting spot, there's one thing you need: a license. Just visit GoOutdoorsTennessee.com and you can get your license in minutes.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air, on the water, or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me. Buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Murphy Center by showing you behind-the-scenes action by our students from the College of Media and Entertainment for the Judd's Red Carpet Show before their concert in November. Also, we talk to you about the improvements to this glass house, and we recap the history of all the things that happened here in this memory-making building. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue.
Eric Kintron with News Channel 5 out of Nashville.
Hi.
So what's it like partnering with one of the biggest universities, MTSU? They're going to be hosting this.
They love me. They love me so much. It's their anniversary too, so you're taking 2 anniversaries and putting them together. It's like the greatest prom ever. 50-something years for them, 50 years for them. So it's 50 for them, 31 for me. And we were a big deal back then. And we did it at MTSU, and that was our final concert. They really love the fact that I'm coming back there because of that. And I think it will give them an opportunity to get some attention, which, whatever it takes, right? So we're gonna have a big party, and that's what life is about, having celebrations.
Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman, and yes, Winona is right. We do love her. And we love that she brought the Judd's final concert, Love is Alive, to Murphy Center in November. It provided an opportunity for our students and faculty in the College of Media and Entertainment to showcase their skills and have a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let's go behind the scenes and see what that was like. While on the red carpet, we had the opportunity for 2 student journalists, Izzy Gutierrez and Sarah Ottman from Middle Tennessee News, to interview President Sidney McPhee and Dean Beverly Keel about this great experience.
Now, President McPhee, tell me about how important it is for us to have this amazing event here at the Murphy Center for MTSU.
I think this is really significant. It allows us to really showcase this great university. Not only the academic programs in a world-class media and entertainment college, but also the incredible students and the experience our students in that program are getting on a world-class level.
I totally agree with you. Now, tell me, how do you think this university and this event is going to help our university bring more concerts in the future to the Murphy Center?
I think the fact that we have spent a multi-million-dollar renovation of the facility, the production of this program will show to other artists that this is first class. And obviously, there isn't a bad seat in the house. It's a very intimate arena, and it will allow the talents to really show their excellence. So we're looking forward to having much more of this kind of high-profile concert at our university.
How are you feeling? Are you excited? I'm so excited. You know, this was put together really quickly, but we've still been waiting. It felt like a long time to get it here, and now it's here, and we're so proud to show off our and our students who are doing such great work, and everybody's so impressed, so we're excited.
Yes, I was just about to say, we have so many students and alum working here tonight. What does that say for MTSU and our college, just having that many people representing MTSU working tonight?
You know, we've had alumni involved since the beginning of this, from alumni working at Sandbox, which is the promoter, to alumni working at CMT, to alumni who work in the press now, who were at the press conference. I just saw Cindy Watts come in, our alumni who's working for People magazine. We have our students involved. So I think it shows that MTSU is the place to go if you want to have success in media and entertainment.
Thank you, Izzy and Sarah, and we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner. Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Murphy Center looks better than ever for its 50th anniversary, thanks to strategic investments we've made throughout the years to keep the facility in prime shape for events like the Judd's Concert in November. One such investment was with Sage Glass, a company that installed smart glass throughout the glass house, where we can control temperature, light, and improve the environment for fans. Let's take a look at those improvements.
Murphy Center is just an icon for this area. I mean, it's just been an incredible facility for so many different individuals, both for the university and for the community. I first came to the Murphy Center back in 2001, I believe it was, as the director. One of the challenges that we had at that time, when the sun came into the glass house, it would tend to sort of blind the players that were on the court. And so one of the things that they did was they extended some vinyl plastic between the gaps in the bleachers. That helped keep the glare down on the floor, allowed the players to play and not have to worry about the glare on in the facility.
Sage Glass offers a solution for that. We have almost full glare control, and we really provide a comfortable space that is not taxing on the eyes. I am Brooke Graham, and I am the Sage Glass Customer Success Manager. And the mission of my role is really to just ensure that the customer has an amazing experience with our product.
What makes Sage Glass Smart Windows smart is that they tint or clear in an automated mode based on software. We're reading light conditions, sky conditions, the position of the sun, so the glass is responding to all those variables. And then ultimately people can always override that automated behavior through a mobile app, a touch panel on the wall, or integration with a building management system.
The project started with formulating the team, which is ESA, the parent company, and McInerney Glass. The design portion took a year, and the installation portion took 360 days. It took 16 semis full of glass and over 1,300 pieces, and we have 33,000 square feet of glass in the project. The initial part of the glass came down, and of course we had to go in and prepare for any kind of bad weather in case it happened before the glass was replaced. It took a team of technicians and installers to make sure that the building was always watertight, that it was always functioning. One of our mandates was that Murphy Center was never to go offline. We worked through storms, we worked through games, we worked through graduations, and we just kept plugging along, working our way around the building until the final piece of glass was put in.
When this opportunity came by and Sage Glass showed us what this could do, it was a game changer. I mean, it really, really was. We were able to take the blinds down, and now we can let the sun and the automation do the work for us, as opposed to having to manually raise and lower the blinds in order to eliminate the glare.
I see universities benefiting from a relationship with Sage Glass by overall comfort and wellness. We know that when people are comfortable, they perform at a higher level.
The thing I love most about it is that it is something that I guess everyone driving around the facility has had an opportunity to see the upgrade and to admire it and to appreciate what the Murphy Center is all about and everything that it has meant for the people living in this community and the students and faculty and staff.
It's very sentimental to Murfreesboro, city and community. Everybody recognizes this anchor on the corner of MTSU.
I look forward to the Murphy Center being able to do everything that it has done up until this point, hosting athletic events, concerts, speeches, graduations, all of those things for another 50 years. Because I think it's that well built and it is iconic.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I am a recipient and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. During the men's basketball game on December 15th, we also gathered in Murphy Center to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Glass House. At that game, we showed this video paying tribute to those who helped build and sustain its legacy, and also remembering some of the fantastic memories over the years.
In the early 1960s, Ken Trickey, he became a basketball coach and was very successful and came here, and we were very successful. And he was drawing good crowds, which indicated, and he always said, we need a separate arena for basketball. I'd like to have an arena that seats 6,000 people.
Ken Trickey really gets the credit for being the innovator that said we need to do more than what we're doing right here playing in this small gymnasium. I see a bright future for this basketball program, and that he actually put the ideas on the table of we need more seats, we can get larger crowds, this is going to be a dynamic program, and is the father of that whole initiative.
In July of 1965, the school's name was officially changed to Middle Tennessee State University, and University President Dr. Quill Cope gathered $2 million from leftover funds to put towards improved athletic facilities.
In 1966, Dr. Quill Cope, who was the president of MTSU, named a committee. The committee made up of Coach Bubba Murphy, who was the director of athletics, Dr. Fran Reel, who was director or chairman of the HPER department, Dr. Eddie Voorhees, who had been kind of handling facilities until I came on board, and I was on the committee. 4 of us were on that committee. Planning committee of the 4 people that I've mentioned, based on their knowledge of the situation, we were talking about a 3-phase deal. One, we would build a separate basketball facility. They would seat 6,000 people, and that would be north of the stadium, football stadium, where the old picnic area is, where now the Hall of Fame building is, really. Then we would build a separate, what we would call field sports building, track and all that kind of stuff, you know. And then we would renovate Alumni Memorial. Well, Dr. Cope retired, and then in 1968, Dr. Mel Scarlett came on, and we reviewed our concept with him about what we were thinking. He said, well, that all looks good. But he said, you know, why don't we bid all this in one facility? Well, we got to mulling it around and worked with an architect. It had been named Taylor Crabtree Architects out of Nashville. We reviewed that thing, and lo and behold, the idea looked possible, and they took that concept to the State Building Commission. That project was approved under the name of an HPER Athletic Convocation Center, of all things. And you can see that encompassed a lot of stuff. Now we're going back to the building commission and said, oh, we've changed our mind. We want this in one facility if we can get it. So that got approved, and then that set the stage for some other exploring.
Coach Jimmy Earle's competitive teams of the 1970s made Murphy Center known as a great basketball arena. And Coach Dean Hayes brought in some of the best athletes in the world to compete on the track upstairs. But one phone call to former Director of Student Programming Harold Smith transformed Murphy Center into the premier concert venue of the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Then the next battle was to try to get the attention of a promoter or promoters that would take a chance. And of all the people in the world to get their attention happened with Colonel Tom Parker, with Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley played 5 shows here. The first year he played 2, the following year he played 3, but the first show he did put Murphy Center on the map as far as a concert venue. And from there, my gosh, we dealt with probably anywhere from 18 to 20 different national promoters for shows in Murphy Center. I mean, and during the 30 years that we were here, we did 151 concerts or activities in Murphy Center.
We had to practice elsewhere, but the entertainers all used our dressing room. And I remember Elvis Presley used our dressing room. And I told Harold, I said, yes, he can use our dressing room if he gives me 2 scarves. One for my wife and one for my daughter.
Did he give you the scarf?
Yes.
I think I was a freshman in high school, and a friend's mom brought us to see Elvis right here. And I was sitting by one of the vomitories, and he walked up the vom that I was sitting beside. So there I was with about 11,000 other people screaming his name. And so that's that bomb right over there. You know, we've had some great artists over the years. I'm so excited about the new mural upstairs because it just shows all the people who used to come and do their concerts here. A lot of people today don't realize that we were concert central before Bridgestone Arena. And so it's just phenomenal, the people that were here, and having the excitement of them being in our facility was always nice. I remember one day we were practicing in the auxiliary gym, and we just snuck up at the end of practice to look at the stage. I believe it was one of the times that Garth Brooks sold out 4 straight nights. And we came up and we walked up the ramp, and there are only a couple of people up here, but there was a guy climbing up and adjusting the lights. And I looked at my manager and I went, "That's Garth Brooks." And she went, "Right, coach, right." And literally he climbed down, he jumped on the stage, he jumped off beside us, and I went, "That's Garth Brooks." And I think he had on his Oklahoma State sweatshirt, and we offered to give him a better sweatshirt. And so he left here with a Lady Raider basketball sweatshirt, and eventually actually took pictures in our locker room with the team. So, I mean, how incredible was that? He's such a showman, but yet he's also such a gentleman.
I got to tell you, it's always the people that make it special, but it's also your crew. It's also the faculty that's around there. And I remember coming in, I remember immediately being treated like family. And I got to tell you, when they built what was then called the GEC, the Gaylord Entertainment Center, when we talked about going and playing there, I said, "Gentlemen, we can make a deal. If we don't, there's a sweet little spot just south of town. I'm telling you, you'll want to play." So I love this place. Great memories, and can't thank them enough for not just the start, but they've stayed there.
Concerts have been a big part of my life in this building. You know, for that span of time from the early 80s up through the 90s, you know, you think about all the people that I've seen in this building. You know, first one I ever bought a ticket to here was Dan Fogelberg. Right after that, it was Journey, then Bruce Springsteen, then Elton John, then Billy Joel. Most fun show, I think, was a night we had Lionel Richie and the Pointer Sisters together, which that was a huge night. One that brought back a lot of memories here recently, Olivia Newton-John. As of September of this year, it was exactly 40 years from the night that she was here during her physical tour. And I can tell you this, when Harold Smith ran student programming, he always made sure that whoever the act was, at some point they had some sort of Blue Raider gear on when they were on stage. Well, the night Olivia Newton-John was here, she'd gone through a lot of her hits. She goes off stage for a minute, obviously a costume change. Well, the band cranks up the intro to Let's Get Physical. Well, all of a sudden, Olivia Newton-John bounces out with her Dolphin running shorts and her MTSU sweatshirt, and the roof about came off of this place that night. It was so much fun. And, you know, having had U2 in this building, Boston has played here. Everybody that was anybody in rock and roll during the 70s and 80s played this building.
Thanks to the outstanding work of our facilities team in maintaining Murphy Center and the considerable strategic investments we have made, it will continue to be the site of celebrations and special events well into the future. Just this year, we invested almost $6 million to replace the glass in the glass house. And it's not just any glass. They are high-tech smart windows that automatically tint and clear in response to the sun. We are the first university to use this technology at this level. And these improvements paid off when we hosted Winona in November for a sold-out concert that will become a national television show for the Jeds, a fitting tribute, I might add, to her late mother. We demonstrated at that event that Murphy Center continues to remain a viable arena for history-making performances. And in the future, It is our plan to host many more such events in the Glass House.
And that's a wrap on this edition of Out of the Blue. My thanks to the College of Media and Entertainment for allowing us to use their brand new XR studio stage to film this episode while our home at the Center for Educational Media is under renovation. A reminder, you can find campus news 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
What if you could touch a killer whale? What would it feel like? What if it were possible to build a trusting relationship with the world's top ocean predator, toothed and powerful? What if you could connect in a way that you never imagined? Swim skin to skin, let it launch you 50 feet into the air, or place you gently on a ledge? What if you found out how important killer whales are to the ocean, other animals, even us? What if you discovered really simple things that you can do every day to help make sure that this incredible species never disappears from our planet? What if?
My children, Natselani said to them, you will now live in the sea. Eat
anything in the water, but never bother people. Don't bite them.
If you see a man and he says to you, help me, killer whale, you must help him.
Then he will give you something.
Throughout time, killer whales have been a prominent feature of many cultures. Whether living up to tales of kind-hearted whales helping hunters on the sea, or down to mythological, man-eating sea monsters, they've played a visible role in various cultures.
So the Tlinkits regarded the killer whale as a very strong entity, and a certain group of the Tlinkits took the killer whale as their clan symbol or their totem.
Killer whales are found in all oceans of the world, but are most abundant in the colder waters of the polar regions.
You think of them as wanting to be in cold water all the time, but killer whales are found in all oceans of the world. So to see them in warm water down in Mexico or South American waters, and then to see them up in Alaska in cold waters is very cool.
Next to humans, killer whales are the most widely distributed mammal. Dolphins, porpoises, and whales are grouped together in the scientific order Cetacea. Cetacea comes from katos, the Greek word for whale. Killer whales belong to the toothed whales or suborder Odontoceti, and are the largest member of the dolphin family, Delphinidae. A key characteristic that this family of cetaceans share is having teeth that are cone-shaped. Orca is the Latin word meaning barrel-shaped.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how exhilarating that was. It was a little scary though, too. You know, I'm sitting there in the kayak and all of a sudden I've got like 20 killer whales around me. They were going underneath me. The water's so clear up there, you know, I'd look down and I'd see them right there next to me looking at me. Big eye go by. And then I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried, but it was just absolutely incredible.
Most of us will never get this close to a killer whale. Still, many of us feel a connection to them. We want to find out more about them and how they've managed to survive since prehistoric times in some of the world's most extreme conditions. We've learned a lot about killer whales by studying them in the wild, and through research and care in zoological parks and aquariums. But we've only just begun to scratch the surface.
Seeing killer whales in the wild is just amazing.
It's really awe-inspiring to see these whales break the surface in unison and to see a calf come over and play with your boat.
Gained a great deal of respect for their size and their power.
No other animal is a threat to the killer whale. It has earned its rank as the top predator of the sea. Every feature, body shape, size, coloration, and speed, enhances their extraordinary hunting abilities. This animal is built to thrive. In the sea, color and pattern can make a life or death difference. Killer whales are solid black and white, with a gray saddle patch just behind the dorsal fin, a perfect example of disruptive coloration. In the flickering, shadowy sunlight of the sea, other animals may not recognize a killer whale as a potential predator. In the ocean, swiftness matters. Killer whales can reach speeds of nearly 30 miles an hour, making it one of the fastest swimming sea animals on the planet. Rounded, paddle-like pectoral flippers help steer, and the strong forked fluke or tail helps move forward or stop. From underneath the ocean, killer whales must surface to breathe. Through a single blowhole, warm breath meets cold air, causing a cloud of condensation. To open its blowhole, a killer whale contracts a muscular flap. When relaxed in a closed position, this flap provides a watertight seal. Flexibility can be life-saving. In frigid waters or warmer seas, a complex circulatory system of arteries surrounded by veins in the flippers and flukes help regulate body temperature. It all adds up to the ocean's top predator, built to survive and thrive.
How do you think a killer whale got its name?
There's no other prey that will eat it.
They kill sharks.
Because it kills its food.
Because it's a predator?
Fishermen were scared of them.
It eats fish.
Doesn't it eat seals or something?
No one messes with it. It's like the ultimate predator, so.
It's the biggest one of the family, so it's the main one, so it kills all the other animals.
Can't imagine, but they are so friendly.
Why does the killer whale have such an aggressive-sounding name? Ancient sailors actually called them whale killer after witnessing killer whales attacking larger cetaceans, an event that can occur even in modern times, as seen by this amazing attack on an enormous blue whale. Being opportunistic hunters, their diets vary from one region to another. Mostly, they eat fishes, squids, and marine mammals, like seals. Their attack strategies include cooperative hunting, stalking and ambushing, and pursuing prey. They swallow their food whole, or if it's too big to eat in one piece, they tear it into large chunks. With several strategic options, it's safe to say the killer whale's hunting is calculated, complex, and very successful.
One of my graduate students in the last 3 or 4 years discovered that a young male, when his mom had a baby, all of a sudden he's footloose and fancy-free, and he formed a social bond with other males here at SeaWorld San Diego. That was something that we didn't know these killer whales did.
Killer whales live in social units called pods, and within many of these group settings, there's a social hierarchy. Even though males are much larger than females, the pod is matriarchal, with females at the top of the hierarchy. When traveling, females and juveniles generally stay in the center of the pod, while adult males swim at the wings. Killer whales are very social and may connect with other whales through a range of communications.
We don't call it a language, but we do see dialects in killer whales. In fact, they're very special that way. If you, for example, travel to the south, you may pick up a southern accent if you're there for too long. But if you move somewhere else in the world, you may develop a new accent based on who you're hanging out with. We call that dialects in killer whales.
In addition to vocalizations, killer whales have other behaviors that may serve a variety of purposes. A breach might scratch an itch. Spy hopping might give a look above the water surface, or be a way of communicating with others. Killer whales are among the most curious of cetaceans, with a tendency to play, to manipulate objects, or join in the fun wherever it's happening. Is it possible that the whale connection could reach beyond the pod?
I came the first time when I was 20, and I was in college taking economics classes, And I watched the show and I watched the guy fly through the air, and right then I was like, that's what I got to do. So I talked to one of the trainers after the show, said, how do you get the job? They told me, and I went back to school. I changed my major, and here I am.
The babies, they're usually the most challenging. They're so rambunctious and very playful and have the shortest attention span. So they definitely could keep you on your toes and teach you a lot of things of how to work with them.
I'll be talking with the guests or just make eye contact across the pool, and you can see that look in their eye, and you know that it's hit them just like it hit me so many years before. And it's amazing. You don't know if you're going to be maybe inspiring that child to become an animal trainer or maybe follow another dream in their life.
I cannot believe I'm 50 feet in the air on top of a killer whale. Like, who does that?
I get to swim with killer whales, and I get to train them, and I get to interact with them. It's a wonderful thing.
Training animals is a rewarding and fulfilling career, but it's not always easy and fun. It takes hard work and dedication. But it's worth it. Here are the basics you'll need in order to succeed. You have to be 18 years old, and to work with marine mammals, you have to have your scuba certification and a high school diploma. Once you have those three things, you'll need to pass the SeaWorld swim test. You'll need to be a very strong swimmer for this. First, you'll have to be able to do a freestyle swim, an underwater hold-your-breath swim, and a surface dive, where you pick up a weight and bring it back to the top. And you have to do it all in cool salt water, without a wetsuit. It's a pretty competitive field, so here are a few tips to give you the edge. A college degree in any science field is good. If the degree is in biology, psychology, or marine biology, it's even better. But any four-year degree is a definite plus. And if you want to get a jump start on experience, volunteer for any animal-related organization. Animal training. It takes hard work and dedication, but in the end, it's definitely worth it.
They're pretty neat and they can swim really good.
He's a beautiful animal.
Because he splashes people.
He's so big and huge, it's just great to see an animal like that.
The confidence they have in the trainers is really good.
An English family that was born when I was a kid. I remember the whole story on TV and I always wanted to come see it.
I liked it when he splashed us.
They're really funny and they get you wet.
I just dreamed and dreamed about being able to build a friendship with the top predator of the ocean. To have that relationship was something that just stuck in my heart. I always wanted to do.
I remember my first time interacting with a killer whale and just rubbing her down, and she took a big breath in my face, and that was really powerful to me, and it kind of gave me the sense that for once in my life I was exactly where I was supposed to be.
I could feel every time she took a breath, her back would move, and every time she kicked her tail, it just blew me away.
I interacted with Takara for about 2 years before I got in the water with her. My heart stopped because I've been waiting for it for that long, and to feel what it's like to experience something with one of your best friends, you know, that you've made over the years was magnificent.
The human connection with killer whales can be a powerful bond. This close connection has taught us a lot. So much of what we've learned about these animals has come from observing and interacting with them in human care. At SeaWorld parks, animals are always asked to perform a behavior, and their willingness to respond is up to them. So, you can understand how important the trainer relationship is with the whale. Trust is key to this relationship. We see the results of that relationship in the shows, but training also helps maintain good health.
Whale training is extremely important because we rely on the training to
conduct a medical exam, and without that training, or husbandry training that we call it, for doing basic procedures that we look for general health parameters. Without those behaviors, it'd be hard to get to the animal.
When a killer whale voluntarily presents itself, a variety of tasks can be performed. Every 2 to 4 weeks, trainers take measurements on each whale, including body length, girth at several points, and dimensions of the flippers, flukes, and dorsal fin. During pregnancy, periodic monitoring ensures the health of both mother and calf. Even dental care is part of their health routine. Killer whales are trained to hold still and stay calm throughout procedures. There is no doubt, training reaches far beyond the behaviors guests see in shows. Training also helps ensure safety, health, and well-being.
You just watched the show. Do you know which whale was Shamu?
The big one that wet us, that was Shamu.
It was the big one,
Yeah.
and it came up and absolutely soaked you.
The biggest one, I think.
The last one that came?
Yeah, they all look a lot the same, like.
The big one.
SeaWorld's Shamu is the most recognizable killer whale in the world, allowing all ages to get as close as possible to this amazing species. But who exactly is Shamu? Shamu's legacy began when a large male killer whale was accidentally caught in fishing nets in British Columbia. The whale was named Namu after a nearby fishing port and was moved to Seattle to be the first killer whale publicly displayed in the Pacific Northwest. A female whale soon joined Namu, and she was named Shamu, a contraction of she in Namu. Shamu became the first killer whale to travel by plane when she was moved to SeaWorld in San Diego. We continue to honor Shamu's name in our daily presentations. Whether it's learning from Shamu, people that work directly with killer whales, or by observing them in the wild, our connection to killer whales is unquestionably strong.
The connection with a killer whale is unlike probably any other animal that I've ever worked with.
And a vital link to their survival.
On stage, they may all be called Shamu, but every one of SeaWorld's whales has its own name and a distinctive personality to go with it. Names are chosen in several ways. In some cases, the trainers have named the whales. On other occasions, our guests and pass holders have been asked to vote. The names selected usually have meanings in other languages. Nakai was the first calf conceived by artificial insemination, so he was named Nakai, which is Native American for victory. Una means to love and adore in Icelandic. Taima was born during a thunderstorm, so she was given the name Taima, which is Icelandic for crash of thunder. Kalia's name was selected by SeaWorld annual pass holders. It means beauty in Hawaiian. Trua is Icelandic for believe, and Trua commemorates the premiere of our Believe show. Takara is Japanese for treasure. And Kit is the word for whale in Russian. The name Shamu has come to symbolize the mystery, majesty, and wonder of all killer whales. By giving all of our whales the opportunity to participate in this starring role, we create a great environment for them and an exciting, meaningful experience for our guests.
Field research is very inspirational, it's very exciting, it's something that I think being out there in the field impacts you in a way that you just can't feel when you're sitting at home watching it on TV.
Every living creature has a story. They eat, breathe, grow, communicate? It's no different with the killer whales. Simply by being here, they have so much to tell us. All we have to do is pay attention. Though there are advantages to observing killer whales in the wild, in the protected setting of a marine zoological park, we're able to study them on a more consistent and intensive basis.
We can't really track them and follow them as individuals very well in the wild, but we can certainly see how they develop their dialect here under controlled conditions at SeaWorld and learn who they learn from, what kind of social interactions they have with other individuals to promote that, and maybe develop hypotheses about how we can help them in the wild.
Through Dr. Bowles and similar researchers, we've learned a tremendous amount about killer whales. We know they're capable of performing some very complex tasks. They learn different things at different rates, and, like people, there can be huge variations among individual animals of the same species. What Hub SeaWorld Research Institute is learning from whales at SeaWorld translates into crucial information for whales in the ocean.
We do research in 4 major topic areas: aquaculture, large-scale ecology, ocean health, and then finally there's my topic area, which is bioacoustics. We're trying to study how human-made noise, for example, interacts with animals in the wild, and also to understand the basic biology of their communication.
The more we understand how killer whales communicate and how noise impacts them, the more information we have that can potentially help protect whales in the wild.
To watch something underwater spin and swim quickly.
We were all just holding our breath. We watched the delivery of the birth. We watched the mother assist the calf to the surface for that first breath, and it was just a magic moment.
SeaWorld's killer whale breeding program is the most successful in the world. Data gathered over the decades has given valuable insight into reproduction, calf development, and special needs during pregnancy and following birth. This information has led to the successful development of artificial insemination techniques that help maintain diversity within our family of whales and could impact future killer whale populations and other at-risk animals.
We can get samples from other countries that have killer whales in captivity, so we can improve our genetic diversity by using other male genetics to improve that diversity, and that helps us and our population grow. And that may very well lead us to information that we can use for wild animals as well.
Researchers around the world continue to gather and share information on killer whales. But so much about these fascinating animals is still a mystery, a story that will continue to unfold for generations to come. Assuming, that is, that we take good care of their ocean home today.
Big things that are happening in our world, it's trickling down to where the animals are.
Maybe it was part magic and part miracle when in September 1985, the first killer whale was successfully bred, born, and raised in a zoological park. The calf, named Kalina, thrived and became an adult and a significant member of the SeaWorld whale family. In February 1993, Kalina had a calf of her own, the first second-generation killer whale calf born in a zoological park. Since then, Kalina has given birth to 3 more calves in 1995, 1999, and 2004. Killer whales have been born at SeaWorld parks in San Diego, San Antonio, and Orlando. And it started with the grandma of them all, Katina.
We all love all the whales, but there's always that one. For me, her name is Katina. I love her like a person.
The killer whale is a top predator, and a top predator is affected by everything beneath it. A killer whale can feed on large fish or small mammals, but what do those things feed on? Smaller fish, little fish, plankton, krill. You knock out any block below that top predator, you're affecting him. And I think that is kind of the ambassador for marine conservation, is that animal's affected by everything you do beneath it. So conservation is really important at all levels.
One drop in the ocean creates a ripple effect, reaching far beyond its origin. Although most killer whale populations are not endangered at the moment, scientists are concerned for their future, the ripple effect of damage done.
Well, I don't know how to bring home the size of the issues that they face right now back to people.
Several things are having an impact on killer whales. Competition for limited fish stocks threaten them and other animal populations worldwide. More and more fish are being taken from the sea for human consumption. Fisheries programs have been successful at replenishing overfished stock or even raising fish to sell directly for eating.
Our future, we feel really optimistic about. Our white sea bass program, we're expanding into other species, not only to release back into the ocean, but also to provide in a more traditional farming way directly to the consumer.
Other things are affecting the killer whale's home, the ocean.
You also have to deal with parasites and boats and people and pollution and, and climate warming and all that. So there's so many hurdles that they have to overcome to survive as a species.
It can all have a ripple effect on the whales, the ocean, other animals, and on us, since we're all connected.
There are so many decisions that we make every day that can make either a good difference or a bad difference to the survival of numerous species of animals.
Pick up after yourself. Leave every place you visit cleaner than when you found it.
Think twice before pouring chemicals or detergents down the drain.
Please remember, everything eventually makes its way to the ocean.
Be an informed consumer. Don't buy products made from threatened or endangered species.
Choose foods that are as environmentally friendly and sustainable as possible.
Learn, discover, question,
explore all you can about animals and the world we share.
Visit a zoo or aquarium.
Read, ask, surf the web. Or better yet, take a hike, hit the beach, climb a mountain, or dive a reef.
Then pass on what you've learned and get involved.
When we look eye to eye with another creature, we realize we're more alike than different. We all need clean air and water and a safe place to call home, a home we all share, Earth. We are all connected. We're all part of the ripple effect with killer whales, other wildlife, and their habitats. By watching this program, you have become that drop in the ocean. Without you, the ocean would be less because of that missing drop.
I really think it does come down to ocean health. Killer whales are intelligent, they're adaptable, they're found in all oceans of the world. If we give them a chance, if we work towards healthy oceans, they will find a way to survive.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, December 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 29th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. This time I'm going to pass item number 1 over to council.
All right, I'll take the gavel. So we need to open this up by nominating a chairman for a 1-year term. So how we're going to do this is I'll ask for a motion to nominate the chairman and a second on that motion, and then we'll take a yes or no vote on the election. So I'll open up with the floor is open now for nomination.
Nominate Earl Garvin for chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second. Thank you, sir.
We have a second. So we'll do a yes or no vote to nominate Earl Garvin for a 1-year term, beginning with Mr. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Mr. Garvin?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Mr. Heisman?
Yes.
Mr. Molinar?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and I'll pass the gavel back to you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. Item number 2 is a motion to nominate and elect vice chairman for a one-year term. We will open the floor for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Jason Cole to be vice chair.
A second. Should we do a roll call on this as well, sir?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Coleman?
Yes. Aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes. And item number 3, motion to nominate and elect a secretary for a 1-year term.
Nominate Graham Coates for secretary.
I second that. Mr. Coleman?
Aye.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for your service. So we will open up with item number 4, which is deferred. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's right.
So we will move on to item number 5. Concept plan, Woodland Hills remaining land, 85 lots on 48.05 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located off Woodland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcel 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
So this request is for concept plan approval, and this is the remaining land of Woodland Hills subdivision. And they are proposing 85 lots on approximately 48 acres. So you can see on the screen, this sort of reverse C is sort of the shape there of the property. And zooming in, you can see this property lies next to Interstate 24. And so that's been the subject of some discussions the last couple months. But you can see it's a heavily wooded parcel of land, and this is the zoning map. This brick red color is R2 medium density residential, and that's the zoning for this parcel. So this is the old plan, and I kept that on there to show the lots when they were closer to I-24, especially in this area here on the screen. And that was about a month ago or 6 weeks, and now the applicant submitted a newer plan, and they made some changes there along I-24 to those lots. And they spaced them out differently and added a buffer there. As you can see, there's 2 streets that tie into the new Section 1, approximately this location, and then coming on down a little south and east of there is the second street that'll tie in. And then this is, again, the close-up view of the latest plan submitted with the changes to those lots. This has not changed since 2 weeks ago at the workshop, in case you're wondering. These are pictures that show each of the stub-out streets. So these are existing conditions. You can see, again, heavily wooded, lots of trees, and several, I guess, folks taking the liberty to put their basketball courts there, or basketball goals, which I see in every community I go to, so that's pretty common. But anyway, there's another view of the trees. and the area that'll be developed. So there were no comments 2 weeks ago, no technical comments by staff, and that's, we're still the same tonight. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board for the developer?
With everything being addressed, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to the first item of new business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 4.3 acres, property located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcel 10 and 11, current zoning district, A agricultural zoning district, proposed zoning district, R3 high-density residential zoning district, property owned by Joe Boner. Mr. Logan.
So this request for rezoning is on Cheney Boulevard, and currently this property is zoned agricultural. You can see here on the screen, it's on the east side of Cheney Boulevard, and zooming in here you can see, so it is located between Cheney and Summit, and this area currently has 2 dwellings located on it, and we'll see pictures of those in just a moment. This zoning here, you can see it's agricultural again, and then Summit Drive to the east or to the rear is zoned R2 medium density, and that R2 goes all the way down to the intersection with Cheney. Then north of this is a large area of high density residential, which is R3, and that extends quite a ways toward the 3-way intersection with Old Nashville Highway. And then there is some more agricultural land that's undeveloped that lies directly across the street, across Cheney from this location. So this was here last May of this year, so these are some of the photos from May. And then this is a couple weeks ago, or 3, so you get to see it in both seasons. And again, here's a shot from Cheney in May. It's amazing how much is covered up, and you really can't tell with all the vegetation. Can't tell exactly what's on the property. This is again looking up Cheney, so this is north, going all the way toward that 3-way stop at Old Nashville. And then this is another view that shows the dwelling. So there's a home there, looks like typical, maybe double wide. And then there is a mobile home that you probably saw back in this photo. So this is 4.3 acres, and they're requesting to rezone from agricultural to high-density residential. And on the screen, they've submitted a concept plan that would give you an idea, a rough idea of what the property would look like. It's approximately 50 townhomes on the screen, and you can see at least one of the concepts for looks like 2 access points off of Cheney would be included. Of course, the fine details will come later at site plan stage if this property is successfully rezoned. I think that they did submit this exhibit that just shows the 2 dwellings currently on the survey. And there's no technical items from staff, and that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments in regards to this item? No questions. We will be asking for a favorable or unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Make a motion to send a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
All opposed?
No.
No, Mr. Coates? No from Mr. Coates. Motion passes. We will be sending a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item, item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 11.32 acres, property located at Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike, Tax map 18K, Group A, Parcel 6. Current zoning district, I-1, Light Industrial Zoning District. Proposed zoning district, I-2, Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by 84 Lumber. Mr. Logan.
So this request is to rezone property to I-2, which is heavy industrial, and currently the property is zoned I-1, which is light industrial. And the 84 lumber facility is near the center of the screen here, so this property is basically south of the existing 84 lumber property. And zooming in, you can see the this is an underground gas pipeline, so that's what this easement is, where they keep it clear and keep all the trees cut. So that's the easement running through, and it runs through a significant portion of this property they're wanting to rezone also. So the existing facility for 84 lumber is the darker blue, which is I-2, and of course below that, as mentioned, it's I-1, so this would make the zoning match for both of their properties, and they would both be I-2. There is a mixture of zoning in the area. There's R2 to the south, and then there's some R1 scattered, although there's no R1 directly touching this property. And then to the east is a large area on Wheeler Street, of course, is also zoned I-1. And these are some photos that show Wheeler Street and the wooded area behind, which is this parcel that's asking to rezone. And this is one of the exhibits submitted by the applicant. They are showing 50-foot wide buffers. These are transitional buffers that are required by the zoning ordinance. So they are showing those between any residential areas and the I-2 property. And there's no comments, no staff comments or technical items, so that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for staff on this item?
I'd just like to say that, just for the record, that I do own a piece of property on Wheeler Street, and it's not next to the property, but is close to it, so make sure people are aware of that. My concerns with this is the access of getting the trucks, the tractor trailers with the homes or the wood on board out of the area. It's a very poor area. We have lots of issues with the junction of Jefferson Pike and Merceborough Road. Although from what we understand, TDOT is working on that junction. At the present time, the amount of tractor trailers coming out of the area is a very large amount, and putting in this additional zoning would increase that capacity, and I don't think it's a good idea for that street without improvements or other access ways out of the property.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Once again, we will be taking a favorable or non-favorable recommendation for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in the motion.
Make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation.
We have a motion for unfavorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll be sending an unfavorable recommendation on this item to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item. Site plan, High Point 24, Lot 2, requested by Kimley Horn. 3 buildings totaling 540,192 square feet on 143.04 acres. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 19.14, 20, and 20.03. I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by High Point 24 Phase 1 LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at the High Point 24 development, and this is just for Lot 2. You can see the property on the screen, and this is on Blair Road. So this is Sam Ridley Parkway here coming off of I-24, and when you drive that way, you take the right and then proceed north, and this development's on your right. With the new building there next to Blair, it's hard to miss it. It's some very large buildings. It is about 500 240,000 square feet. And that just is on Lot 2 alone. That would not count the building that's sitting close to the road. Total at build out, there's 7 buildings that are planned and about 1.1 million square feet of distribution space. And the smallest building on this plan is about 151,000 square feet. And the largest building is about 255,000 square feet. So zooming in there, you can see the location of the building next to Blair, and then all the site work that was being done when this image was taken. And so it moves at such a pace that the imagery can't even keep up with how fast things are happening on the ground. So you only get a snapshot in time. It really doesn't give you the full story. But if you've been out there, you've seen this developer's gone to great length to direct truck traffic back to I-24 when exiting the site, and they've put up a lot of signage for that. It's in some of the photos. This is a strange shaped parcel, and Lot 1, we talked about this 2 weeks ago, but Lot 1 wraps around and kind of has this narrow part, like a neck, that runs along I-24, and then it opens out again. And then in the middle of that is this lot, which is Lot 2, and these 3 buildings that are covered with Lot 2. So these are some photos of the property. These are the buildings on Lot 1 that are finished. And you can see what they look like. This is submitted by the applicant in the plans. And again, the sort of the red shaded area is not part of this lot number 2. It's all part of Lot 1. So we're just talking about these 3 buildings here in the center for tonight. The internal road, some of you all have seen it, and that was put in by the developer. So that's the internal road that's servicing all these buildings. And this is another view of the site plan that shows the Lot 1 and Lot 2 layout. This plan tonight does show 581 parking spaces, and 271 would satisfy the city's requirement. So 271 required, but they have 581, so there's plenty of parking. And there's just a closer view of their site plan. I believe that's the last slide. Yeah. And there's no technical items, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
All the technical items have been addressed, and I appreciate the engineering group worked with us on the questions and answers that we proposed, and they did do that. With that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9. Amendment to site plan 290 Tech Park Industrial. Modification to site requested by former Lucas, property located at 290 Tech Park Drive, tax map 29, parcel 5.12, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 5 Star Investment LP. Mr. Logan.
This is the request for site plan approval at 290 Tech Park Industrial. And this site is located on Tech Park Drive, and it's the last remaining open lot, last remaining vacant lot on this road. So it's on the west side of the road and not far north of the intersection with Industrial and Mason. So this lot, this project was here in July of this year, so not that long ago. They've made some changes, and they've reduced the parking, and they've also reduced the amount of asphalt and paving, so they've made some site changes and also some changes to the way the stormwater is directed. So that was discussed 2 weeks ago at the workshop. But this is the zoning map, so you can see this entire area is the dark blue, which is I-2 Industrial. And these are some photos from when the property was here in July. So there are street trees that have been planted for some time next to the road, and other than that, it's just a flat vacant lot that's already been graded for development. So this is the plan that's current tonight. And you can see, as was discussed 2 weeks ago at workshop, these parking spaces were lined up on both sides of the aisle here, and those have been removed since July's plan. They've also reconfigured this pavement and taken some of it out, and they've reduced the number of truck bays, I think by 2 since July. And they've made some stormwater changes as well that I mentioned. So this is, you can kind of see, that's the old plan. So if you watch in this area here at the top, you can see especially how they've reduced. So that was July, and that's tonight. And then you can see the truck bays were quite a bit more in July, and you can see they reduced tonight. So that's just some of the changes that they've made, and that's the reasons that they had to return to the Planning Commission. The fee in lieu for the project has not changed since July. It's still in your report. It's still listed as $26,940, so that's unchanged since July. This is based on the frontage, which of course is not changing at the road. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here for this project? If you would state your name and address for the record, kind sir.
Yes, Josh Hutchison, former Lucas, 2002 Richard Jones Road, Nashville.
Thank you, sir. My only question was, since we downsized the parking lot, did we make accommodations for the fire department?
Yes, the accommodations for the fire department have not changed since the original plan, which just to refresh everybody's memory, there was some discussion about having an access road around the backside of the building due to topo. That just can't happen. And in dealing with the fire marshal during the original review, we agreed to put standpipes and man ladders around the side and the rear of the building, and that has not changed.
Very good. Does anyone have any other questions or comments?
You took my question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
So with that said, with the including in the $26,940 for the fee in lieu of, I'll make a motion to accept with that fee in lieu.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Item number 10, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen adopt the new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Mr. Logan.
I did receive just a few minor changes from Mr. Coates. So I'll be sending those to Melissa at Volkert. Other than that, I haven't received any comments about the ordinance.
Just to the rest of the board, there was just typographical, nothing substantive. It was just misspelling and some commas and some other sort of minor items, but nothing to do with any structure of the document itself.
So can we proceed forward, or those changes need to be addressed? I'll point that direction at council.
I think we can proceed forward. If everybody's in agreement that those changes were just facial.
I would agree that if they're not changing the content, it's just grammar and spelling, that we would be able to move forward.
Agreed. Okay. With that, we will be making a recommendation for favorable or unfavorable to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, after almost over a year of working on this document and a lot of time and effort put in, which I'm sure that the board's done a great job, and with that I'll make a motion to send a favourable recommendation to the Mayor and Aldermen.
And we have a motion to send a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Item number 11. We're very happy about that. We've been working on that very hard and for a long time. So item number 11, bonds, letters of credit update. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, the bond list is up to date. Everyone should have a copy in front of them. Chelsea Estates Phase 2 and Carruthers Crossing Phase 1 both expire in January. Both of them are going to extend the letter of credit. They both already agreed to do that, so they're in the process of working on that. And that should be it.
Very good, thank you, sir. And I believe Mr. Logan has an announcement.
Yes,
training
I
dates?
just, thanks. I meant to do this, but the elections tonight sort of got in the way. So the training, some of the new members may not know, but the state of Tennessee requires all planning commissions and BOZs to have at least 4 hours of training per year. And so historically, LaVergne has always done that in the wintertime, almost always in February. So we looked at some dates. We don't ever put the Valentine's weekend or the weekend that falls closest to Valentine's in the mix. So we took it out, and basically that left February 25th. So I've checked with Evan's office, and it's pertinent that they be there. They conduct about half of the training, give or take. So February 25th is the date that suited all the parties. So I just want to make sure I got that announced tonight, and I'll be sending out emails. It generally starts at 8 in the morning and goes till 12. Lunch is provided. There are some light breakfast. Of course, there's always bottled water and drinks. But it's 8 a.m. to noon, and it's more details to follow, but since we have some newcomers, it's always up the road in the Stormwater and Codes building. So it's not here at City Hall, but we'll get the details on the directions.
Very good,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. With that, I'd like to thank everyone for their time and service, and please have a wonderful new year. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening. I call the Citizens Forum to order. We have two speakers tonight. You will be asked to come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. First, we have Kim Gentry.
Evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. My name is Kim Gentry at 1047 Waldron Road. Mayor of LaVergne, how would you achieve that?
Transparency is an important goal, not just for the office of the mayor, but for the entire city. Since I've come in as mayor, we have started putting whole agendas online, both social media and the website. Of course, we have had for quite some time, we've had the YouTube channel. That information gets out to people. You can answer questions and go through that, all the different issues that are going on with people. You can talk. That's the biggest thing in this society that's missing, is people sitting down and talking versus just saying, hey, I don't like you, I don't like your position, and moving on, and you're just a bad guy. Communication is a big part of transparency, and so that would be an important tool for everyone, for the city and for the mayor's office.
I found that an interesting excerpt from the League of Women Voters mayoral forum back in the fall. The tool of communication did not exist in the recent water outages in the South Waldron community. The first occurrence at my house, I thought I was dealing with a frozen pipe issue until I became aware that there were other neighbors with the same issue or low pressure. It was not easy to deal with that. The second occurrence, I was out of town with visiting family. What if my house had caught on fire with this water outage? It's come to my knowledge that possibly Mr. Beasley, who can address this, I'm sure, in his department report, wasn't even aware until the Facebook post on December 26th that we had an outage of water in our area. What if someone had died in a house? Well, the communication was made, or the statement was made of, well, we've got people without electricity, people are dying with no heat. Well, at least we knew about the rolling outages. We knew that it was happening. Had we ever questioned that SCADA, would it possibly fail during a freezing temperature? Do we have a reaction recovery plan, and is communication part of that plan? And if so, why did we not use it? Simply a Facebook post would have helped in letting us know that possibly something could happen. 5 seconds, Facebook post. And how we might could have helped a citizen prevent the numerous outages by conserving water. Or what duration were we looking at? We could have been informed at some point during the process. Why weren't we? We've got great department leaders. Let them do their job outside of this boardroom, and let's let them communicate with the citizens. What if the NFL had not reacted and communicated properly Monday night? What if?
Thank you. Next, we have Steve McGill.
I'm Steve McGill, live at 177 Blair Road. On Christmas Eve, we returned home to discover we had no water. As challenging a week we had with extreme weather, it was not very surprising. I was so relieved when I found out it was area-wide and not my own pipes, since we had made it through the coldest days okay. I completely understood that any number of issues could have occurred. Frozen large pipes, accidents, any number of things could have caused the outage. So I immediately turned to the internet and social media to see if there were any updates. Several neighbors had already reached out to the after-hours water department and were waiting to hear back. We heard rumors of an accident with a fire hydrant. We went to bed and hoped for the best. On Christmas Day, we had water, albeit with very low pressure. Again, no notices on the city website or announcements on social media. The rumor mill told us that the tank had drained during whatever was repaired, and trucks were supplementing refilling the water tank. But then we lost water again completely. The day after Christmas, at 1:25, the city first acknowledged an issue and attempted to explain the cause. Some of you have ridiculed neighbors for raising questions about how this was handled. You've said we should be ashamed of ourselves for raising questions while people died from cold weather and electricity outages. I'm not surprised. It's the typical response we expect from the majority of this board to blame anyone who questions your decisions. So allow me to explain my concerns. Was I angry I had no water? Not at all. It was completely understandable. Was it an inconvenience? Yes. Was it life-threatening? Not to me or my family. Was my home at risk? Turns out it was, since the fire department didn't even know we had no water in this area until it was posted on social media. So here's my issue. We pay a city administrator and an assistant administrator a very competitive wage, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out what they're responsible for. It is clearer than ever to me that this mayor wants to single-handedly run this city. It's clear that no one feels empowered in his absence to even put out an announcement for something that affected a significant section of our city. I believe everyone did their best. However, I don't believe there were any plans in place to handle something like this. There's now an opportunity for all departments involved to understand what happened and determine how it will be addressed in the future. It's up to you to determine what you learn. Please empower the employees we already employ and hold them accountable. If they don't want that, they're not the right associates. But this city clearly cannot continue to be mayor-dominated if we truly want to improve all citizen lives.
Thank you. That's going to close out the Citizens Forum. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is January 5th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. I will have the prayer tonight, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask that you would put your healing hand upon this city to melt and mend hardened hearts, to get everyone working together, to get them working to benefit each other and not themselves. We ask, Lord, that you would watch over our men and women, both serving in emergency and both serving all across this nation and world. We ask all this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to approve the minutes from the September 6, 2022 regular meeting and the December 6, 2022 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the September 6th and the December 6th regular meetings.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis.
As promised from last month, if you look at the second slide, you will see the data from November 9th through November 30th. You can see that information there. And if you go to the next page, you will see the numbers for the month of December for that. Just some highlights. You will see that car burglaries, theft from motor vehicles. We had six cases in the month of December. All vehicles left unlocked and normal hours between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. The good part about it is there's no weapons in the hands of bad guys right now. And if you go on through your packet, you also see LPD activity. As you can see, the men and women, even though we're shorthanded, you can see that they're still busy working. 3,459 calls for service, 150 arrests, and 902 traffic stops that resulted in 20 DUI arrests and 49 drug arrests. So kudos to the men and women for working hard as they are. Any questions?
Chief, do you want to talk a little bit about the accreditation?
So we got word today. We set application to begin the accreditation process through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. back in September. And the accreditation program is something that's really nationwide for police departments to have a set standard for every officer across the board. You know, like one shift wouldn't do it one way, another shift. So it's a way that the department adopts through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. And we got our information today that we was accepted into the program to start our process for accreditation. Now that we've been accepted, we got 3 years to get it done. So it's going to be a madhouse at LPD for us, but it's going to be huge for the city. It's never been done. We've attempted, but we got to the policy part of it and just kind of fell off. So this is really huge for us. I got people in place that's actually dealing with accreditation and accreditation only. So I think it's going to be successful this time.
Wonderful. You want to have any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Just as each month, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review our reports. Of course, you have the month of December reports in front of you, but you also have the year-end report for 2022. There is a typo up there at the top. I'm sure y'all noticed that. It looks like we've had about a 10% increase in our runs, about 300 runs more than we had last year, which is trademarking or trending as we were the year before that. A vast majority of them, again, are in medical. 2,718 runs this year versus 2,500, so about a 200 plus change in runs or an increase in runs. And that's why we focus so diligently on training our people to treat what our citizens need the most. Medical training, 80% of our run volume is there. We did have an increase in motor vehicular accidents, a couple of extra fires that did not occur last year. But most everything else is on par from where we were this time last year. This was an extremely busy year for the LaVergne Fire Department. Not only did we increase by 300 runs, but we completed our ISO evaluation. We're still waiting on reports from the Insurance Service Office on that. It's been an extremely busy year, and I'd like to take my hat off to the firefighters, this department, the men and women that serve every single day. Also, if I could, Mayor, you and I talked Tuesday night about Community Connect. Hopefully tomorrow you'll see some push out from some social media sites about the Community Connect that you can find on LaVergne or fire.laverne.tn.gov, where citizens, business owners can go to that website, click onto the link for the Community Connect. That allows each person within the city to give us what information they would like to know about their home or their business. Tell us how many people live there. Maybe you have a senior adult or a child living on the second floor. Most of us are old enough to remember the Tot Finder stickers on the windows. This is like an electronic version of that for the firefighters. So as we're en route to the house, we can review that information and we can know that we have specific needs. You can even take pictures of your dogs, post those up there, as well as locations for your gas shutoffs, water shutoffs, any special needs that you may have for the home. So it's a very critical tool for our firefighters that we've never had before, decision making.
I believe we had a few already take some photos and upload them, haven't we?
Oh, yes, sir. We've probably got 60 plus people in the last 3 months upload information, and I'm saying we probably, of those 60 people, we've got no less than 40 or 50 pictures of canines. So it is an incredible tool, without a doubt. And it's like I said, it's like the old Tot Finder that I had on my window when I was a child. So that information stays within the website. It's not available to anybody else other than emergency personnel, so it's a secure site as well.
And Chief, you also had some staff members get some accreditation, some certifications just recently. Is that right?
This is an incredibly busy. We had a number of people get their Firefighter 1, Firefighter 2, instructor certifications, fire officer certifications. I've not posted yet because the complete numbers have not came in, but we had 12 people complete EMT, advanced EMT training. We're waiting on the state certifications on that. Some of them already returned. But don't want to post that until we get our final numbers on those. But again, at this point, we have 36 personnel in the streets every day, if I remember correctly, that have EMT basic or advanced EMT, and one paramedic serving the citizens. Again, that's 80% of our run volume. That's where the bread and butter is for the city. And if you look at community risk reduction, we're meeting the needs on top of the fires that we work. But we concentrate on the numbers as well.
Does anyone have any other
We
questions?
got sidetracked yesterday, Chief, talking, and
Yes, sir.
I meant to ask you, are we still doing the smoke alarm system? And if we are, what is the criteria?
There is no criteria. If you call and request to our fire admin office or go through the LaVergne fire.laverne10.gov, I think that, to me, that's the easiest way to get to us because it's documented. You can request smoke alarms. We'll install smoke alarms in all the appropriate locations in the home, outside the bedrooms, one in a central location at zero cost to the citizen.
Okay, and my next question is, how's the mud hole?
It's wet. It's wet. We met Tuesday or Wednesday on that, and we've got some things to deal with. Kyle and myself have got some decisions to make, but you're in the construction business. It's this time of year. January, February is going to be a difficult time to try to get some concrete on the ground to start the construction process. But it is a swamp.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Chief Beasley, I just want to be clear. When were you first notified of the water outage in the South Waldron community?
When I recognized it on social media.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You can see the help desk tickets there, 72. Man hours devoted to those, 583.5. See some of the past projects that we've worked on this past month. Upcoming events, January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. celebration at 10 a.m. February 4th will be the father-daughter dance at the multipurpose building, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Under the Sea is the theme. Mermaids will be on site for photo ops. You can see some of the past senior events there. A couple of upcoming senior events. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Committee meeting, 4:30, January 23rd. Also on the 23rd is the Park and Rec meeting at 6 and the Beautification and Arts Committee meeting at 7 p.m. Martin Luther King, I just want to go back to that real quick. I encourage everybody that has the opportunity to please come out. We have some awesome guest speakers lined up. That is going to be at the multipurpose. At 10, if you're off that day, please come out. If you can, if you're working and you take an early lunch, come out and see it. We're very excited. Shamil Balbalosa is going to be one of our guest speakers, along with John DeBerry. He's an amazing man, has an amazing story to tell. Actually marched with Dr. King and was in the audience for his last speech the day before he was assassinated. So that opportunity to hear firsthand that knowledge and that experience is not going to come around that often, so we are very excited to be able to book him to come to LaVergne. Any questions?
Thank you, David.
Yep, thank you.
Moving on to the Library Department, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You see our monthly statistics there. Little bit low, but we were closed several days during the month of December. We did some inventory, we did some maintenance in the library, so we feel pretty good about that. We're going to move on up, though. We did get 47 new patron cards, and we're happy about that. On our programs, there were 11 for ages birth to 17 with an attendance of 166. And then I want to talk just a second about two special events that we had. The LaVergne High School Junior ROTC had a reading night. And you can see a picture there at the bottom of the report. There we go. That is the Wolverine Battalion. And they are the ones who created the books that were read that night based on the 7 values of the Army, or the Army's 7 values. Get that right in this moment. So we were very happy to have them. They were very excited to be there, and we were excited to have them. So January at the library, story times are going to resume on Monday morning. So we want to encourage all of our Storytime people to come on back, and we encourage new people to come join us. We do offer story times and arts and crafts activities for all ages, from birth all the way up to 99 plus. The library will be closed on Monday, January 16th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We do hope that some of our patrons will come out and join the Parks and Rec team at Multipurpose Building. I think it's going to be a great celebration. I know I'm looking forward to it. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., two of my newest staff members created a display. I would love for you to come by and see it. This picture really doesn't do justice. Jonathan Skinner and Rosie Civilay created this display for us, and their very first one since being hired into the library. So proud of them. We are going to try to start a new program. It is going to be called Intro to Financial Education. This is going to be presented by Mark Pretty. And I should have had his bio. I do not, but he is very educated, very knowledgeable on all financial areas. And I just want to read it verbatim for you. It says, join us at the LaVergne Public Library for the first education presentation on financial literacy. The first course on financial literacy will cover the basics of financial education and literacy, including core financial concepts and the importance of managing personal finances. January is a good year to look into that and to get started. The suggested ages are ages 17 and over. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to read 2 paragraphs. Financial literacy refers to the ability of using knowledge and skills to make informed and responsible decisions about personal financial matters. This presentation will provide an overview of these concepts and discuss the importance of financial education and literacy in managing personal finances and achieving financial goals. Throughout each course, we will discuss financial concepts such as saving, investing, budgeting, as well as the broader economic and financial environment. Mark wanted to give back to the community. He was very much an avid reader when he was younger. He would come to the library, and he said it's kind of like coming home. And so this is a free course that he is doing for us. It will be the first one on January the 12th at 5 p.m. That's a Thursday night. So we would love to have some people come out and give us some feedback if this is a course that they would like to have continued. The library board will meet Monday here at City Hall at 5 p.m. Do you have any questions?
Bless you. Thank you, Ms. Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have the financial summary in front of you. I'm just going to touch on some highlights. In the general fund, year-to-date, our expenses exceeded revenue by $161,321. Our local sales tax year-to-date number was $6,589,603, which is $1,589,603 above our budget. It's also $658,000 above our prior year. Our state street aid, the revenue exceeded expenses by $125,000. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $73,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenue exceeded expenses by $6,380,045. Just a reminder, the reason that's significantly higher is we did receive the second half of our ARPA funds, which was $5.3 million. Second page you have is just our balances on our bank accounts. The third page is our comparison to prior year. In our general fund, revenues were up $212,000. Expenses were up $334,000. In our water sewer fund, revenue was up $5.5 million. Expenses were up $291,000. And our water and sewer tap fees were down $37,000. Questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
No questions, just a statement. You're doing a great job. When you're presenting us these numbers and stuff, I like that, the way you do it. And I know Phyllis is about to check out on us, and I just want to say if you learn to make biscuit and gravy as good as she does, you'll be all right.